Oh, wow. Whew. Oh, man. Well, here's to hoping that doesn't happen again. Wait, I don't even have the game up yet. Ah! Stressfulness. Let me just load the game again. Ah! I have to go for all that like preamble first. Oh my god, it's thundering outside. Thor does not want me to finish. Wah! Not the internet problems too, please. I thought we were going so good. 30 minutes without a disconnect once. Oh! Autosave for the win! Yeah! Yeah, I need to make a tweet again because shit. So sorry I hit my mic. That is a tweet. Autosave, you beautiful bastard. I could kiss you right now. A dive of an enormous beast was set upon them that whipped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer we'd read this before. Wait, holy shit. Oh my god. Wait. An internal paradox of me! I forgot I had like Twitch open in the background. I didn't know if I just autoplay my own stream. One second. Oh, that also stops. My PC is still kind of chugging because it just basically woke up. Much like. Man, Vance has an ass. I'm just saying. Oh wait, okay, so we didn't get into the actual cross-examinations. We can. We've done the first one. So let's do the second one, I believe. At the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Well, mauled? Gonna shade again, just be sure. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Right. So why were they just so fast to pin all of those murders on Genshin? I know the answer. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. He couldn't keep himself alive, much less a dog. The true Hound of Hell. He just puts it to be like dramatic. Wait, I wonder. Why was he all dodgy about that all of a sudden? Did he ever have a dog? Did you guys have a family dog? But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Seath, were on the stand, but I've read all of the paperwork about the sea, and Mama's told me the story countless of times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm with myself at the time it's true. Besides the stab wound, there was no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Yeah, I just want to get to that bit. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gori. What was it? Stop being impatient! I want to know what they found. The power found it in his stomach, right? Right. He literally just said, found it in the stomach. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if I might slip over a finger, perhaps. A ring? It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. Why would he ate a ring? Oh, that is fucked. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on a digitus quartus of his left. On the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. So that's it was a marriage ring or a wedding ring. I understood it as some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. There was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions of his fingers where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. Oh God! What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Makatoba. Should we read something into that? Oh, well, it's just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my! Really? At the precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gori, the removal of his historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is a crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Ooh, I love that everything's just falling apart in front of him ever since Sherlock came in. Mr. Asagi's ring has been entered into the court records. It's not the sort of normal ring you've seen in Japan. Nimishi! What can we find in it though? The fat claws are doing a good job for protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of its ring. We back! Yeah, dog! The power literally cut off. And it was so painful. Like, when the power is off, so is the internet. So it was pain. I basically fulfilled the prophecy, didn't I? It was basically like a movie scene going on where I was like, huh, it's raining kind of hard outside. And then a few minutes later, the power goes off like, oh shit, I thought that only happened in movies. Yes, if you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding! The claws really are sharp. Oh my! That was quick clumsiness, Mr. Narada, even for you. who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky Majabon about the size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. I wonder that's how... Almost is that psycho killer. Oh no! That didn't add much to anything. Is that the only thing? Because apparently I've been missing key details in some of the things I've been investigating. I like to imagine that's Horii Inosuke. Like, he's 90 years old, he's lived a full life. He has mochi and he chokes on it, and that's how he dies. The legend of the legendary defense attorney has ended there. Sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not a ring in... they almost look like claws protecting a jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed! I did! What did I miss? The only thing I had to mention was about like the really sharp claws of it. I can't see anything else. I did! And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your Kazuma, I know you have a grudge, but come on. We basically said that everything was orchestrated by Strongheart. Like, Van Zeeks didn't even compile any of the evidence or testimonies or research for this case. He just took over it because he wanted to avenge his brother. I need a sip. Your hatred for me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. Kazuma! My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that had been weighing on his mind. Oh! I couldn't say those words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove that what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. If they could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if we might uncover or might release a total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Okay. So what evidence do we have? It's probably the ring, right? And the claws clasping the gem look very sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Are we going to like... Because... Are we going to like disprove some of them that like he swallowed? Are we going to disprove this case that he swallowed it because he couldn't? Because it was like... It would like harm him along the way in trying to swallow it. But if it... Let's do it. Oh god, I'm so nervous now whenever I like hear a strong gust of wind. On the outside, I'm so scared. Let's try it. Isn't the ring? No! No. I don't know how to tackle this. Because if we're trying to keep it consistent, the only other thing that actually involves Clint autopsy is his autopsy report. Indicative of a duel. Oh yeah, where are the scarlet ink stains? What? I'm assuming it's the ring because he just got it. That's usually how this thing goes. Which was a little strange. Okay, I'm lost. I actually don't know what to do. And fabrication of results having been fabricated. These lines were kind of like meh-ish. Oh, I got it! Internal injury! Just straight up swallowing something is terrifying. Oh, Darth, are you a spitter, not a swallower? I got it, because they said like, if he swallowed this, then this would have caused like damage to his throat and like esophagus going down. But it's saying here there's no internal injuries. I got it. The court has heard that this ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Magatoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At the moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? I'm so nervous now! The fucking wind hitting against my window is giving me anxiety. The ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. Dang it! And here I thought my thing would be okay now. It didn't have that much disconnects. That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, and after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition is bad, at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? The window! oh no, that really is, like in horror movies too, like when you hear a cracking or a smack against the window, it's probably just the wind. Come on, don't worry about it. No, I am on the 3rd floor, so if someone really was outside my window, I would be very concerned. This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstones to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure, he was determined he was a swallower. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. I can't believe it's both of you prosecutors are so stupid. We've literally brought to light the fact that everything was orchestrated by Strongheart, and you're still on each other's throat that, oh no, Genshin was actually the killer, or oh no, Van Zing's actually planned this whole thing. Come on, guys. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of it passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. there you've arrived at that sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Actually, I was gonna make a really bad joke. But come on, respect for the dead at that point, I won't say it. Then why didn't you say anything at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Ah, shit, what voice do I give him? He wasn't. This is the first time he's appeared. Look at this! Now that's a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. Okay, filling the experience card, I see. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested an item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down! So I was right! Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than a speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was slitting authority in forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon my interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane on the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in a practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. Yes, dear. Anything you want, dear. I don't think so, and Dr. Gory. Rest assured that the removal of evidence from this source without permission will not go unpunished. No. We open up a tent to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. You could have just said Mother Ryunosuke. You really could have. Yes, just whine again. Where did you get that? Jesus. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genji Nasogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! Yeah! Also, my friend pointed it out. The flowy headband, hair tie thing comes to the family, apparently. Runs in the family, that comes with the family. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, and their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. I was on that It was on that ring finger left that he used to wear that ring. Ooh. What? Did he lose his finger then? Are you suggesting... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. What? Are you hearing yourself? Vanzies, are you hearing yourself? Are you telling me he lost that ring during that squabble? And then all of a sudden it's found inside your brother's stomach? Hello? You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Are you kidding me? Are you hearing yourselves? You guys. Kazuma is really going through it. He is really going through it. Oh my god, poor guy. Can we please remove him from the court? I don't think we need a prosecutor at the moment. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Guys, can we all chill? You set the whole thing up so you can paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Thank God! I want Ryunosuke to jump over this desk and slap them both on the face to get them to their senses. What is this dude doing? Ryunosuke, you must know deep down, the truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Woo! Call him out, Ryunosuke. Get his ass! Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Shut up! Whoa, this is an amusing spectacle. No one wants you here! Except we kinda do need you here. So that we can like so we can arrest you! What a grandiose expression to your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that you would be born out of it. What? That would be born out of it. That you weren't born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Clearly you guys were like threatening him. Oh. In that closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then, clearly he was like threatening or something, right? Oh my, this is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him then, that would surely mean there was no fabrication and evidence. And obviously, at which you would have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing his trial to an immediate conclusion. Oh, that thunk was so hard. Oh, I love that. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention. I like this point, but it's very weird from this angle, okay? There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were the invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel on from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. Oh! You're trying to see for who he is. I see, okay. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me. Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there's a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of his negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Also, this just gave me a thought. Like, while they were talking about that, it just made me realize Kazuma's dad's words during the flashback was that he is guilty of killing a person. He didn't say he killed several people. And like, you know with how animes and like these stories, maybe we should all go to therapy. In Britain, in 1900s Britain, therapy, we just call that going to the pub. I say we as if I've been there. This just made me realize though, because then Van Zix did say like the death of those aristocrats actually helped London. Sorry, my nose. You're not lying. Not. What if, and this is just a what if in my mind, the professor or the real murderer of the 4 victims of the 4 killed aristocracies, the real murderer was actually Clint, Danzig's brother, and what do they call it? And Genshin Asogi found out about it, and that's why he killed Clint. Clint was the only person Asogi killed, but Clint killed other nobles that were like basically a blight to the Londoners. Ooh, what if? I feel like that's possible. But we haven't really gotten to know Clint much. Is that I was just thinking for the like. Sorry, my nose. Yeah, technically, it was like... Yeah, political Robin Hood, technically. Because... I won't lie. I actually have a... I guess I have another thing to show you guys. Let me add another thing. My friend showed this to me because, what do you call it? Look at him! He's so tiny! He's 11 years old here, look at him! He's so tiny! And also, here's some backstory. Apparently his brother was the one who taught him the leg thing. But actually, that's not what I want to focus on. The fact that he has a dog. He's a baby! He's so tiny. Look at him. And look at him. 21 years old, young. He's just a baby. Yeah, because... Okay, so... I don't know. This is like... Aside from Toby, this is the only dog I've seen. In the game. Or I haven't even seen it in the game. I've just seen a dog. And like they said that the other murders were caused by a dog mauling their throats. And clearly they have a pet dog, so I don't know. That's just my conjecture at this point. He's just a tiny baby boy. What? I completely forgot. I was so focused on my theory about Clint, I forgot what I was doing. I mean, I don't know. It could be. It does look like a hound. I don't know. I actually forgot what I was doing. I need help, actually. I completely blanked out on what I was supposed to be doing. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Asogi papers? This isn't Asogi papers. Karuma? Well, not really. It was you! You were the reason for the killings! Clint's autopsy. I feel like that doesn't... Asogi papers. On my dad that all my material possessions and wealth belong to me in London delivered to my son is always again where I read nothing about my chosen path. This doesn't count anymore. This doesn't count anymore. I don't think that's... I don't know if we're gonna use it again, but this doesn't matter anymore. We just use it to prove like a gunshot was heard. But apparently it's this... I didn't use that before. No, this absolutely has nothing to do with like what happened 10 years ago. Brexit. Fan 6 help. I got completely sidetracked by your bit before. I forgot what we were doing. I saw just bib and cried. The gun, no. The key, no. That has nothing to do with 10 years ago. No. Dismissal notice? This... Chief ordered daily vigil is relieved from his position in immediate effect, having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct of Prison. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked, but... aiding and abetting the escape of the prison convict just prior to execution. Detailing the escape will be as so linguistic full coercion. Indications are the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's prior. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding the relationship with the man. Is that it? Prior. So is that it? So Genshin just like accepted the guilty verdict because he planned to do a jailbreak. Even before. Wait, let me read that again. I forgot the word again. Prison staff engaged in some form of negotiation prior to the convict's incarceration. So even before he got caught. So this is it, right? I didn't save. Fuck, I didn't save. Shit. Wait. Oh wait, this is right. Different dialogue. It's true that Genshin Asagi's silence during this trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a cup. Sorry, I'm perfect! It's all done meatloaf I had! Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that a jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was suggestions of oh god, I'm blanking for some reason. The words are just slurring in my eyes now. Slurs? I say slurring in my head and Vansing suggested this. I like slurs. Oh, I have a few for you. I'm kidding. There were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, that was the sort of clandestine agreement in place. I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Oh, this is cool. I like this very much. Because, like in past cases, even when we were like on the same note with Van Ziggs, he was still very much working against us, and he was doing things under necessity. And now it's like Kazuma and I are just finishing each other's sentences, and because we know where to go at the same time. Witnesses. People who can testify to the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Kaden. And the poor chief warder of the prison. Oh no, Beiju! I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. Oh, right, I forgot you could like twist his arm with just your pinky finger. We wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Oh, so that's why he was saying he was busy. Ah, Sholmes, MVP. Or are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? I love this. I'm pretty sure because Mikatoma and Sherlock have already worked out that not Van Zeke's Strongheart or it's the true victim. They're just like rapid firely throwing stuff at him. Like he wouldn't allow for a recess to happen just so that he could call Mikatoma, and now they just have the witnesses there so that he can call for another recess and potentially like threaten them or like make them do stuff. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I, too, would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. I really like the huge gap between Van Zix and the others. It's probably because he has to kick. Oh, Vigo! Oh! Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Hey, Barclay Caden, Governor Barclay Prison. Are you good? Everyone calls me Gossip. Wait, your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh no! He's so cute. I love him. He's very cute. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. He's trying his best. My name is Taylor Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here into court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lost the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Oh. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequence will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Good! Hold on there, laddie. Oh, he was about to say something. Witness! Governor Caden. Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. He was about to say something, guys. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten to witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. He literally threatened to tie me to a trunk and throw me into the ocean. Does that not count for contempt if I was the receiving end of it? Sorry, that's just how he rolls. Sorry about that, Judge. That's just how he words stuff. You can say it's his personality. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. He's just a man. He's just a small man. He's trying. Oh my God! Vigil next to these three, sir. Sir, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It was the day the Japanese dog was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief order of vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asagi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. After naked, there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Where's my rag? A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Oi, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't know that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asagi and that office. Oh, I was just calling him Mr. Asagi instead of his dad. Whee! The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asagi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Oh my God, Vigil! Next to these two! Oh my God, sir! One second, where's my rag? I have lost my rag! That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right? Yes! Absolutely! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all the Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. I'm just still laughing. I wish Patsy was a little closer. Like, oh my God. Vigil is just squished between titties. Guilty director from the prosecutor's office assigned a convicted chief order of vigil here. See, he didn't know anything about that. And there was something negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was start. That sounds like a load of bullshit. But also, nothing sticks out. Aside something I need to press everything. And you say you don't know who exactly issued that directive. Hey, that's right. All I'm sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down to who could have guessed it, who have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. How can I even say it's something that it originated from the prosecutor's office? What? There was no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, how can I give you any indication of who was behind it? You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the orders must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were. Then they bother with all the speculations. We just get the job done. Go back. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Oh, poor man. I feel so sorry for him. Some poor beggar had to take a rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I have no first idea, laddie. My partner wrote no basis is basically just telling me the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Hey, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. So, Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. C, as we know, as she's known now. What did I have to get caught up in such terrible business? I really, of all the people I feel sorry for, this guy, like, I somehow feel more sorry for him, even though, sorry, he's technically rich, and in comparison to like the couple from Case 4 in the first game, where it was just a poor Bobby and his wife trying to get by. I feel more sorry for this guy for some reason. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the league up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, he was a professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of five of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Oh man. Gosh, Vigil. How can I apologize enough? Unless the guild is good. Can you give Vigil a chance, please? I'm begging. Can you, like, give him a job back, even if it's just, like, a regular officer? Come on! No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Oh. But you already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Oh, it will be that as it may. I don't know nothing about that. These two are so funny for some reason. The witness stand is no place for telling you. You don't know for sure. I know that I can know. What? How do you say? Why does he replace can? No with can. How do you pronounce that? I can know that much. I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve your guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what's it to be, is it? Even with a threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. I can't notice an immediate inconsistency. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything good at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to deal with on the job out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh God! Hey, anything to say about that? Wait, actually I'm kind of curious. What happens if I press him instead of... What if I pursue him instead of, Kaden? No, not Kaden. Vigil. Hey! Hi, Final! Welcome to the final episode finale. I don't know what is just really going through it. I want to pursue him. Both in court and outside of court. I'll do it. Excuse me! Lord Van Zeeks! Let me guess. Is there something about the witness's last statement that troubles me? All the while I'm still spinning in the sun. Is that what you wish to ask? Yes, exactly. You're very perceptive. Whereas you would appear not to be. Huh? You really need to learn how to read your fellow man, my Nipponese friend. Okay, we're back to the racism. Read them or reap? Oh, Rinosuke! We've established that he isn't the Reaper. Sasagi says agreement to confess to the crimes because of the prison break. I really don't go because of his father would have such an occasion. There's compels him to agree. But a terrible thing. Only the criminal crossing something. Okay. You can't hold the rule. There was something in the apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something that's quite up, Mr. Nadal. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on that yet. Well, if that's the case, you must keep thinking about another problem. Okay. What? Oh shit. What? I missed it! Okay, he's still there! Hey, it's wrong to do no order. I can't imagine anyone missing this, surely. Excuse me! Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Clearly something is, Mr. Clearly something is, my guy. Oh no, he's going faster! Yes, sir, what can I do for you? Sir! He's saluting now? What is this? Some sort of Barclay convention? I love it. What Governor Kaden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? I love this man. He's very gentle. I like him. He is just a little guy. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But, you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that shooting Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to a crime he didn't commit with a promise of jailbreak, only to kill him at the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was to always betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated was Hosogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chambers of secrets that is Barclay, behind high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Oh my god. Sorry. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiations behind the jailbreak, between Asagi and the body at the top. That doesn't get mad, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Good! Hey, go on then. Seems as if this fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. Yeah. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. How can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carly, Oh god, I'm hoping Carly isn't some sort of like fucking slur. This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There is every possibility that conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. I was gonna say, even from the witness stand as the accused, Danzig is still like mentoring Asogi since, you know, apprentice, prosecutors, you know. That's right, what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. My voice did not want to go to a strong, hard baritone. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiations would have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to the negotiation. I know that. I know it. Because. Yeah, because literally, the Asagi papers were literally had descriptions of. Apparently, Mr. Asagi described it as his only weapon I have left. I'm gonna save. It's gonna be fucking embarrassing if I'm fucking wrong because I'm so sure of this one. God, I have so many evidence to go for. I have 4 whole rows. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asagi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asagi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. However, the fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know what? But you know that he did, Governor. The Asagi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asagi. Oh! It turns out that Mr. Asagi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. No! Don't hurt him! No! He is gentle! He is delicate! No! I say as I continue to stay on the screen so he shakes him more. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? Stop! You can't touch me now. Stop! He's making it faster! God! Bailiff, stop the man!
Secret. Stop even though he's hurting someone very delicate and gentle.
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then. Shut, this is the wrong voice. Alright then. But what's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after that convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of a jailbreak, the documents mysteriously disappeared. Getting it? Oh, well, yes. All the prison warders searched for the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the documents, which became known as the Soggy Papers. The Soggy Papers. Just shit that came to mind. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to fight it at all costs, didn't you? Yes, the Soggy Papers. Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. James, what in blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right on Papa. Oh God. And the fella's cell where I said it would be.
Whenever he does that, my heart just squeaks a little. He is a pathetic man. He's so cute. I like this man.
But that can't be. Where in his cell?
Listen, maybe I like pathetic men a little too much when it comes to anime, okay? It's very cute. It's so cute.
He'll search the place from top to bottom.
Stop! I'm killing you!
Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely wally gallant! You can't criticize me now. Stop! I showed it to you before, did I know? Young lawyer.
Stop comment about that! Ryu, make them stop!
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and it reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency?
Wait, let me just move.
Stick myself on my chair. I did wonder though, like, makes me wonder if they had like another Japanese person pen this, but also who was the Japanese that penned this? If it wasn't Asogi, Genshin's original will. Mr. Asogi described his document as the one and only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all, nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. But sorry, I had a burp. All that wine is getting to me. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Stop! Let him go!
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. You guys are making jokes of yourselves, not me. I'm just pointing it out. That absurd notion of weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Right! Vigil, we're not abandoning Vigil. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was a mastermind by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over it? What did you say? We should hear more of the Chief Warden. We have him testify again! The trial must go on! The man's voice must be heard! It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Oh man, Strongheart, is that sweat I'm seeing on your face? Jeez, guy, calm down. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir! My lord! Man, I want man. Yes, girl! Yes, queen! Speak your mind! As the warden responsible for condemned victims, convicts, not victims, oh no, that was a brutal slip. I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was just doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for the papers after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about him told the papers, but the directive kept telling me to impound them. The document was involved in the fellow's robes that was left in the cell. Kimono, I think it's called. Kimonos don't have pockets. And his kimono? Actually, why is your voice all suddenly all high? You have suddenly turned very effeminate. And his kimono, that's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We must look through all his clothes. That can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar that once, eh? You wee waffy finger? Waff finger? Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Go, queen, get your liberation, emancipation. What the fuck is this? Help! There's a ghost in court! Other than apology, like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? Is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Is that an invitation? I have a feeling this man likes being roughed around. Stop! Okay, I'm just saying. Vigil was asking for it that time. Like, very literally asking for it. He wanted this. Maybe he's gotten a taste for it. Can you guys stop? Little and large, not a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as Sorry, those two fucking took me out. All of this this is not the voice for you, this is Van Zeek's. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. unsure. Most notorious? This is the 1900s. When was Jack the Ripper active? He was active in the 1800s, right? Wait, I'm actually googling that. Yeah, that was what I was saying. When was Jack the Ripper active? Is it still late? Jack the Ripper. Jose Rizal. What the fuck? Records of Ragnarok? No. Date? First killings? The unidentified serial killer. Oh, see? 1888 to 1891. This was way before the end. Jack the Ripper. Well, I was just gonna say. Jack the Ripper's victims were of the poor, so. And the professor's killings were of the aristocracy, so clearly they didn't really care about the lives lost when Jack the Ripper was active. And we were much obliged. This is such a deep voice for you. This is wrong. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Hey, and you can deny the handwriting is that of the old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking it. It's my father's brushwork. Really? I'll say it is his. And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yay! Yes, my lord. Soggy papers. Who are responsible for the movies and attending what she said. Then his had to report he was doing something with a cell. Internet inside other no avail. I would like to contradict this with the fact that kimonos don't have pockets, but I don't really have a kimono on me like to prove it. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there were precious little time before execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike. Sorry, fuck. Like my eyes moved up and I saw his cravat and I was just fucking taken back to that scene a few minutes ago and I lost it. Jesus! God, how do I recover from that? In all honesty, he really did strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I could still recall his reply. I'm guilty of unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. So I can very much agree he just killed one life and not 5 that he was, what was it called? Accused of. I keep forgetting words. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. Oh, Jesus. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. I'm never going to get tired of that. He is just a little man, a delicate, soft man. And he pleaded with you not to report him, did he? Didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the man that you are, he didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what he told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Sorry, an idea just came to mind. Yeah, a sniffle? Yes, you're quite correct. Ah, so when exactly was that will penned? That was before the man was abandoned in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was spent in the prosecutor's office, you wouldn't have expected that. You would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Oh! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanations for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor cannot be expected to know the inner workings of prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? Drag his ass. I am unable to offer an explanation here and now. I'm just saying, a lot of these cases would be so much harder, or like would go more successfully in like the accuser's end, if they just use the right to remain silent. But then again, that wouldn't be a very fun game, would it? I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Tell me why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing is about that will. That's what he said. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can now have disappeared completely!" in my face. I love this man. Two defendants, one prosecutor versus a judge at the moment, right? Right? This is why I love it. Like, it's kind of rare that you get along with a prosecutor. I can't even say the same for like what happened in like the original Ace Attorney if Phoenix and Miles Edgeworth ever got along and worked together on a case. But this is such a refreshing take. And I love that Asogi isn't fighting us anymore. But he's still like fair. Like he will raise questions, but they're valid and not like, no, this is absolutely stupid. Why would you do that kind of questions? So I really like this dynamic. I really love it now. And oh, can you stop that? Hey, well, it's only the governor to keep the people. I think the governor is a betrays of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered to be a very important document, wasn't it? But it proves impossible to find. That's right. Then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who had risen from the dead. At least he's kind of over himself now. Well, is he? I mean, yeah, I guess now he's just desperate. Hi, John! Oh, you mean... The article based on Dr. Drummer's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. I thought nobody... What? Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate! And thank you so much for the poster check. That doesn't make sense though. I'm confused with the timeline because... So they murdered Asogi's dad. He rises from the grave, which is where Dr. Drummer found him. But Drummer said that no one believed him. Like he came for the London Times or something. like he appeared in London Times and big newspapers, but no one believed him. There was only like one person who believed him, and that was the one that ruined his life, right? It was like those gossip boards. So are you telling me that he went for all of those papers in the early mornings and then just found, and eventually after cycling all of the credible ones, he somehow landed in the gossip panels the very next day, even though they said that what was it? It would have been around like what, 1 a.m. when he got there, because he was executed at midnight. So I'm assuming there's like a series of time where he like got into the coffin and then he was buried, and that when Miss Trevor was digging up corpses. But Mr. Tuspel says that not Miss Tuspels, Madame Tuspels was there at like 3, I think. Yeah. So actually, that makes sense now that I think about it. It makes a timeline sense because she said that rigor mortis hasn't set in yet, but that doesn't make sense for the newspapers that have gotten the news. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin Impact to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything of that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. And the directive came from the same source as the one instructing you to do about jailbreak? From the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I can't afford and I didn't know now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that dog. Excuse me, you meant? The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Is that the wording? Document, not will. Hey, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? Just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony, then, witness. A kimono. Spurn. And Mr. Asagi's kimono. Oh, the one he'd bought with him when he was locked up. He was wearing like prison garb though. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's what. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. You let him have a sword in prison? His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. And you chipped the thing at the end of the blade, the tip of the blade. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forgetting it being the soul of the clan, could a man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. He just read his mind there. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates are shackled round their ankles. It couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. You'll be surprised. Still, he has allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Apparently, the Asogi clan has this technique that can let them swing from something of like 10 feet away from them. Oi! He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at the ball place. Dr. Mikotoba has asked to bring that necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A scissor in stone, blank sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper cut out.
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say the letter just looked like squirming massive jet black earworms to me. That's... Yeah, he just... Oh, no, not that. Like, no, not that. Final. Like, literally, even when the blade can't reach it. Like, have you seen, like, the layout of this courtroom? I'm telling you that from where... No, not that. I'm telling you, from where Asogi is now, he can slice Ryunosuke from across the courtroom. Yeah, I'm just saying. Man didn't use legs. I think we took Karuma away from him. That's the wrong button. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet. It was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Oh. Are you okay? Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. I remember the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Scarlet, you say? I study in scarlet? Oh, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. That twisted your panties a little, Strongheart? Witness! Is that really what you saw? What? Sir! Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Oh, didn't I ever? You can plainly see the right in here, and it's black as Earl of Owl's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the contents of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The courtroom needs waste no further time on this matter. We will have the will in question. We still have the will in question. In our possession, there is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigils really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruto, you must present it to the court at once. Well, no, we just started. And considering that he's the final boss of the game, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a really teeth pulling experience to get him to back away. Never really give much away, so the bill is really apparently causing his father. In blood. No, I have a thing actually. I wonder what would possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. I'm starting to understand him. Sorry, I had a burp. It hasn't said anything, but it's starting to make sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asagi actually might have did something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. So, because there was only one other mention of a red scarlet. But I don't know if that ties in. Because here, recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of the right hand, but no document corresponding ink. It wasn't his! Plot twist is a vampire? I mean, he's dead, so... Well, technically the Van Zeeks should be the vampires here. And one is already dead, so I can't disprove that. But he was stabbed in the heart. What if it wasn't actually a sword? What if it was a stake to the heart? So, is that what they're saying? But I don't know if that I should present that. Am I like too ahead of it already? The scarlet ink wasn't his papers. He didn't pen it. It was something of Clint's. What is it again? Got it. Scarlet colored writing. Is that what you said you thought you saw? Is that what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? There's again! You have no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the finger of the victim's right hand. Yes, it does. So it does. So, scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. Shut the fuck up, Nancy. You're in the witness stand at the moment. I'm your defense attorney. You can't do anything to me. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? The man, literally, I could say for the fact that, or like I could tell him that Clint's farts probably smelled rank, and the man will defend the guy and defend that his brother's farts were actually rose scented to his death. My point is this: whatever Lord Clint Van Zix was writing in unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. This did not smell like shit. Right? His butt was raised, prim and proper. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document spent in the color of ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the documents had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the documents my father had in his hands that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van... God, I'm just saying, my nose is clogged and it makes ends hard to say. One of these days, or I might have already done it, I am going to pronounce it as Clit Van Zeeks. was writing moments before his death. Then, it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then. Oh shit, there's the wrong voice again. Alright then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Oh! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed seed the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi's. It was Clint's will? I wonder what's written in it. It was the will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What? Oh! I like this. I like this, right? Oh, no, no. Ooh, I like this. It's all butter. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. Did you not have it though? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happens, we would never have abandoned his investigation. He would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene. Ooh, I like it. He's getting all hot and bothered now. He's losing his composure at last. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So, what could that will possibly have contained? Clearly, something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy, and we're going to expose it again. What is this, like the third government secret we're going to expose to the public? Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. One second, guys. 1 second. What was he saying? No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Oh god, oh jeez, oh man, oh dear! A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So, hold your head high and keep soldiering on. I thought that said shouldering on. Yes, you're right. 1 second, guys, again. 1 second. Oh my god. Yep, that's, yeah, someone singing in the background. Sorry if you guys can hear that. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Kenshin Asagi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. No! Oh, okay. I was gonna say no, it does not add to the atmosphere, but okay, as long as you say so. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Rinosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession. It makes sense, right? It was a confession. Also, if this is... I've been ignoring it. And because I didn't want to like toot my own horn about my theory. But is my suggestion right? Sorry, I had a burp. That Clint was in fact the murderer. Yeah. My theory was that Clint was in fact the murderer, and Genshin got into that. So Genshin killed Clint, but Clint was the murderer of the other 4 aristocracy. So that would be a confession, right? But also, look at him, it's a baby. Actually, I wanted to show you the dog. Because they said that the other killings were done by a dog, and they clearly own a dog. But look at the baby! The baby is still there! It was a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity. Oh, he's not gonna like that. Oh no! Enough, Counsel. Oh no, he's clutching his boob. He's clutching his boob. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean. Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. wasn't Genshin Asagi at all. Enough, my titty is in pain. Oh no, it's because of this clothes. It's very tight. It's constricting against my titties. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact a man believed to have been the fifth victim. Lord Clint Van Zix himself. Oh no, he's growling at me. Shit! This too same. That was exactly my reaction. Sorry. Fuck. Those two at the side of him knocked me out. Those two are literally a gem in this case. It's finally open. Is it? This is the wrong voice again. It's finally open. Is it? Pandora's box. The Great Van Zix family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zix, he was the pargon of justice in the capital. But he actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities to the violence nature. And the general public never found out. Law and order and blah blah blah. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zix. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Baroque Van Zix is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize that his brother really was? What his brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zix. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Much like this one? I'm just flashing his baby pictures around in court. Television. Yes, he did. Balmung! He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Balmung! Balmung! Is he considered giant? He kind of looks very thin. In comparison to the 12-year-old child? I know, he still looks very thin. But, oh, you have a name now, doggy. Your name is Balmung. Very cute. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest or the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. Is this the Baskervilles? After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. Aww. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar, like the one we found in case 3? Oh no, not 3, 2? Yeah, 2! Where we found like the collar hidden in the convict's apartment room. A jewel-studded collar? Oh, that was the bee! I thought it was the Baskervilles. It meant Balmung. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. You guys actually have people breaking into your house? Shit. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London, which is actually one of the most insane coincidences. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Oh right, because it has a crown! It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornament, capital letter P. Yeah! Oh wow, this really is just like tying the entire game together, huh? What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my! You know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Oh, I was right. It was Baskerville, not Bob. I was right the first time. Come on, man. This is why I failed the test. I always second guess myself, but I was right. Baskerville. What? The Baskerville? What is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. What? Oh shit, your brother fucks. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the color you've described was Balmung's. Does that also mean that you can't name your dog and any other name that doesn't start with a B? Because it's not gonna fit? The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Ziek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on that collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry. Hey, that's the new game out by Supermassive Games! Of course. Bahamut! No! Bahamut, that's such a cute name for a dog though. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it's true then. Clint Van Zieks really was the professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exterminate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those who'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. Though is I hate that word, remains. The diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Oh no. He's just gonna lay it all out? Tell me then! Tell me what Clint really was! Oh no! Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. Is that really what you'd call him? Or no, was it like he was pure of heart, but then he like saw how corrupt the justice system really was because like rich people keep getting away. One second, I got like an ad. Who are you? It's important in the moment. Okay, it wasn't important. Fuck. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Oh, Clint. Oh, Vigil just here. I wanna go home. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years of Great Britain, and indeed, the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Hey, that's Baker Street! Water solid by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, that somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
You didn't have to mention his nationality.
Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor! Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious family. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, and that's the point. That's why none of the British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits his atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound in the estate. Oh my god, don't call Balmo savage. You look like a very good boy. We need a full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know there's a commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this base on a tedious accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in natural fact, Kazuma's father did? He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measures of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
Well... So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? I spat on my mic.
It was you then! Who pinned the crimes on my father? I did what was needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that!
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I know that it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't give a dog. So, we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So, we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective?
Blimey.
You really just had to end it with blimey? Come on. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in the light of the decisive evidence, Mr. Asagi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply.
Did you threaten him? Did you threaten his family?
You see, he had one crippling
Please, no. If you're telling me that he did all of this for his son, I am going to absolutely perish. That is one of my weaknesses and tropes. You will absolutely break my heart.
What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asagi.
Fuck! Shit, just been confirming that. I'm already tearing up a little. Hey, that trope absolutely makes me cry every time. Me!
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asagi.
Oh shit, what visiting him? What?
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 Though I heard you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan.
Oh, stop! Oh shit. Wait, fuck. Wait. Sorry. He did all that just so he can see Asagi again, or Kazuma again. I thought it was like something like protecting his life, like he didn't want to. It was okay if he didn't see him again as long as he was safe, but he did all that just to see him again. Fuck. Shit, I'm crying.
You scoundrel! Whatever you choose, whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, will have no trouble in stiffening them. There's only one outcome for you, Asagi: the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asagi?
You bitch.
Kazuma.
Wait. Don't do that. Please. And in the end, you never let him see his son again, you absolute monster!
He did it for me.
Shit.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect his country's law and order at any cost.
I don't like that smile.
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now.
Shut up. Wait, shut up. Let me just get a drink. Oh my god, that absolute pain. Oh, that trope gets me every time, jeez.
But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zieks. So you're just admitting this so now. Put the man behind bars! He's literally admitted to the highest form of, like, corruption here. That the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, would return to whip justice for his sibling. Stop! That's also my weak point. Stop using this against me! Like family bonds and games, like when they would do the will for their family against me. And I can't believe you've done two crimes against me. I will shoot you myself. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses? I ask you. What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. Just like how Clint saw Baroque. Hey, Aunt! Well, you didn't reach the end of the stream, but you've reached me crying on stream. Hello, welcome, how are you? An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, my minions. Fucking that movie destroyed it, and suddenly I just got a flash of the small tic-tac bean minion in my hand. I hate it. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the fingers of guilt would never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Seath. Dr. Seath? So, what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say this in my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? It's an unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died in the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all to end keeping London safe, there is no one left who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I'm getting chills. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of our country. Can he do this? Can this trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, There were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zyx nor Genshin Asagi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two exact pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asagi, and the 3-page Free? You only have 2 pages of that! A testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
Mata! Ryu! Mata! Orchato!
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is still appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Really? Wait, really? There's no way that... Yes! Yes!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11-hour discovery. What discovery? My lord! I'm afraid. I must insist this trial continue. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, why is your voice so suddenly deep? We must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zyx and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusion here. So, where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Okay, I'm not gonna fuck around. I'm going to be serious. I'll go with the flow now. I won't try to test any wrong dialogue for funny dialogue. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. If only we had a history button. Or we could do this! Neither Clint nor Genshin even still walk this earth. However, much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach the conclusion. There are only 2 exact pieces. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asagi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in blank ink left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence you have. Inconsistent? And whilst the inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statement you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. Which piece of evidence did you ask the soggy papers? I have so many things! See, it's literally just says 2 papers. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you didn't identify something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden! What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to this lad back in Japan. Oh. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Japan to get back to, about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent. You didn't get it? How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. Stop. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. I'm just looking at Vigil at the side. It's me inside at the moment. As it happens, I have a 3rd page of document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It will be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asagi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court. Now shit, that's gonna kill me, dude. That's absolutely going to kill me. Your request is denied. The inevitability maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. It's in Japanese. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read worm language. Stop calling it worms. Oh, is it Mikatoba? This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Yeah, Dad! If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoba? This is such a cast. My throat, guys, my throat. Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the last truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only your clan's great sword can pierce. Our pala. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's it? That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father, what is Karuma? It's karma. It's the name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. We have it right here. Twist thy head. 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 We're going to... Twist thy head, twist thy head. We only have like the tip to examine here though. Is it just not gonna pop up if I don't have like the right... if I don't have the right like... If I'm not in... Wait, what? Nope, no. I don't have anything! Dad, help! A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. Shut the fuck up! It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings, and once worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Okay. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged... Wait, is there something like... Let me just check that one. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. So there's like a... Are you telling me there's like a hidden compartment? What? I tested this earlier and it didn't show up! Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the problem. Are you dying? Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Was he just twisting his head with Karuma in the middle of court? Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're already aware, the sword's head is a part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as the head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So, Mr. Asagi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think. It was there all this time and Kazuma never noticed? Bro, Kazuma does not take care of his sword. And also, the fucking hilt is not hollow like that. It's like made of pure wood or else something is going to like break. I don't know. Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that the red? Is that the will? It's a tightly wound sheet of parchment. Yes! Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Well, I would look at it if you present it as a court evidence, because I can't read squiggles as well. And I can read English. What? I can't examine it. I can't examine it. I can't examine it! Ah! Doesn't have the examine button on it! That is so... Lord Strongheart. He appeared to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard your state time and again during these proceedings. And everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime and the capital scene. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Oh my god, I love it. They're finishing each other's sentences. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the cessation of your former associate's will? In this court, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Do I not?
In which case, I hereby order the all discourse of these proceedings to be struck from the record. Fucking shit, I'm losing it. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo! I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I?
I just did.
Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from that time. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
That Six is being nice to me!
Nonsense.
He's being nice to me!
What is it, Inosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How could... honestly, how couldn't you? You had that sword for like, what, 10 years? Decisive. Well, it would appear that there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? I'm just gonna say, and I just got it, I'm gonna say it because I'm kind of scared. I'm scared but also pumped, if that makes sense.
Eat that.
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Ha! A wonderful astute observation, I'm sure. But, in case it has escaped your notice, that document was long lost ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. I'm still surprised you didn't find it. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, that's a face! Hey, the tour gone! Bye! Wait, my brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? The ultimate weapon Genshin Asagi obtained was slain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and the seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. This is my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of the document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document can explain everything. The document can literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Oh my God, this is... Yes, that is definitely the way to put a hole to this. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To divide a monarch's will is treason. Grrr. This is so pumped. I am so hyped. This is so good. Oh my God, it's so chaotic. Lord Clint Vazix really did pen that bill that day. It's exactly what the young Japanese man said.
Read it out now. We have every right to hear what's inside it. Act, right, and duty.
Well, well, my lord. He really did. He just had to make it sting because we know that he knows that we have him cornered. It would rather appear as the proceedings aren't going to go quiet as he'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it! The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. No! That's it? That's your breakdown? Fucking Van Zeke had a more dramatic breakdown than you. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. A good friend Asagi stands at my shoulder. My good friend Asagi. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of a duel, and I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. What the fuck? I really like the fucking thing. His billowy hair tie. It's very much. I, Clint Van Zix, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zix Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such a vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But, though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was once recognized by another, and I became subject of his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. He was the one ordering Clint to do it. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. Chills, man, chills. I'm having chills. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Mael Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. That's why he spits. Oh no, he's just smiling. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. The extortioner, Lord Mael Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secrets of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. Well, he's just smiling, dude. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So I was kind of right. Because my first theory was that Lord Hart was the one who killed the professor. Clint, because he wanted his position. But apparently his position was lower than the Strongheart's. But Strongheart did use him to get a position he wanted, which was the Lord Chief Justice. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as you'd agree. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Jigoku killed him? Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. This is Drummer. There was an unexpected visitor at the cemetery with his own ideas of digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed. Then you should have killed Drebber! And not Drebber. Wait, were they aiming for Drebber and accidentally shot Genshin? That is so sad. I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night. Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot! Why Asogi? He could have shot Drebber. To be honest, I don't care about him. We can't let him. We can't. He can't leave now that this has happened. He has to go. What? What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him that he would return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth goes out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Why Asogi? Why Asogi? They could have killed Drebber and then put him where the casket was. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. Am I the only one? I mean, I'm not condemning it, but they could have shot Drebber and then put Drebber's corpse in the grave where Genshin used to be, and nobody would have been wiser. There wouldn't be word out. There wouldn't be and since what Genshin had to sacrifice just to agree to it, he wouldn't speak up either. So there wouldn't be any drama about this. What? You could have just killed Drebber and literally he was a witness. Genshin would have kept quiet just because of the deal you struck with him. You could have killed Drebber because there was literally no point. Sure, he would have gone missing, but if you buried him where the convict was supposed to be, no one would look for him, right? Am I just... He fled as fast as his leg could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork murderer's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secrets was burned along with Asogi's corpse. Okay, let's go on. Maybe he's just hiding something again. So, now you know what really happened in Loget's cemetery that night. Why does Mikatoba look disproportionate to Van Zeek's? It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. I still don't like to believe that. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe Jigoku would have done that. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. What? Is that really what happened? I don't believe it. By the time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light. He'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? That's a question. Probably very soundly considering how he is. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and the law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, You haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as a reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittal of those wretched criminals? We had to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a reaper. Can't you see all that I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. Oh wow, so hard for you, dude. Can't believe it. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks who has worked tirelessly, and just as the court was injured, it's just very sweet, gentle. Wait, that made me soft a little. He's acknowledging like Van Zeeks now. He isn't mad at him anymore. Well, I would hope so. He's praising Van Zeeks. It was Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hand for a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little, when will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for the Queen and country. I'm tired of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, you're just gorilla screaming again. Your breakdowns aren't even that good. Oh, Jesus. What? What? Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. What the hell's going on? What's wrong with you? A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, those beautifully profound Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite a picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? God damn it. What? No? I mean, what? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. God damn it. You are like the lowest of the low. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? That's still punishable by law, right? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. Oh, I just noticed his hair. It's not straight anymore. It's all swirly now. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge amongst the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. These are so long-winded, holy shit! That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. You fucked this up for yourself, dude! If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, would be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the populations were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. His face? What the fuck happened to his face there? And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. I feel like that's a you problem. That's not my job to fix. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Grigson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed, will be eliminated from the minute of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? Sherlock, come back. He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done is quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain the law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threats of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And my fair means are foul. It's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. What the fuck? No, I won't chant that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Are you hearing this? This will be the will of the British judiciary. No. Oh, ew. I hate that. Ew, I hate this. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. We have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. He's conclusively proven his guilt. Yet, still, he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we could do. Call Sherlock! Inosuke, do something, you bitch! You're the one who taught me law, shouldn't you know more? It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left to me. Can I? Wait, turn on my way. What? Wait. What? The controls! Ah! There he goes. Charlie. How can I use it? I want to phone in a friend. Call a friend. 50-50. I'm gonna say. What is this chanting in the background? I don't think they're words. Oh, they're saying vortex. Because that's Strongheart's Japanese name. He's like vortex something. using evidence. Does that mean I can like use Usalok? Ooh, he knows how to command a crowd. Yes, I know only too well that the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Ooh, this music! But Mr. Naruto, that evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial. I love this music, holy shit! It's literally like those things. Like in anime, and then there's a big climax that's happening and they play a remix of the opening. This is literally it. This is a moment of that. I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if anything ever using this particular item amongst evidence, it is now. Usalok, help! Oh my! Yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had admitted earlier. We've exposed all of Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly the truth would unfurl. So I think it might be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? I think a sippy, he said great! Also really needed that after doing Stronghearts by so much. Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ear stand and heave! Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, help! You're looking in quite a wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here! Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What the hell? It's Mr. Sholmes! Is this like, what do you call it again? Holographs? They're a hologram? They've invented holograms in the 19th century? Ooh, his butt is a little sweet. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court! You've been warned once already, man! Oh, what the? I'm older than my lord! What the hell is he doing? What the fuck? Man has the moves! Yeah, shake it, Sherlock, shake it! Show off what your mama gave ya! Ooh, yeah! Can I just let this play? Can this be the end of the stream? But we just got what from? Go! Yeah, do it! Shake it, Sherlock! I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Can't believe they, like... they have grainy-ass pictures but can somehow make holograms at the moment. And is that great? I'm thinking I said... He has the moves! Okay, I take back what I said. Shamspear... Natsume, Drebber, Sherlock, dance off now. Oh. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... It's just a ghost now. Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company? Amused. Iris and I did some modest experimentations to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentations? Mr. Sholmes, what a modest description! And so, somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transit an entire seed. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I like to imagine that Francis is just curling up like a cat, like with the hair standing on all airs because it's just Sholmes so close to him. Ah, I knew my trusted partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the strands as to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned. Being a great detective's great partner, I take a sip. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. To me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? A very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Huh? A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace! What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace? No, oh my god, Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham? Ryu, you've been in Britain for a year. You don't know what Buckingham Palace is? I've never heard of it. Do you even read the news, Mr. Ranado? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Oh my fucking god, what a flex! Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? Why is he like this? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be. I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivable, distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty will be more than a little curious about the proceedings. Have you been bugging the entire court? Has the Queen been hearing all of this? So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Shop's remote cinematography. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. I know, right, Nazis? Having Sherlock be anywhere but not there at all. Sounds like a ghost from the past, to be honest. Look at them! They're shocked out of their wits! Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. Sherlock, you're after my heart. Man. No, I was merely...
Iris! Oh, so sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky?
You mean Queen Victoria?
Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty.
Oh, a message? Oh, Jesus. Well then, if anyone is sitting comfortably, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mael Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Oh. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Mael Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Oh! Oh! Oh, it's gonna break! Oh! Whoa! Holy shit! Oh my god! Wait, I just noticed there's a very pointy thing. Wait. Oh god. Sir. Whoa, wow. Oh, wow. Is anyone gonna call the fire department? The courtroom has been set on fire again. Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. Then those words came out of Asogi's mouth. It did derange me completely. I knew I must do something and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Right? The drama. That was so like, cinematics over there. I was like saying his breakdown was stupid, but that was ooh, that was something. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with a will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in his sword's hilt. Oh dear, oh my god, Van Zieks, you wanna move? He's stinky! He smells burnt! Move, Van Zieks, move. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. Why didn't we read that then? What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baruch, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds would not hinder your advancements. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Is he gonna cry? Is Van Zieks gonna cry?
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. She may find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. He's gonna cry!
Clint. Oh, even Sherlock is respectful.
Fuck you. I thought I was gonna cry, damn it.
Miles Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jikoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the numbers of brilliant people you have killed?
Ah, Mr. Whipper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as...
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-elect demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Thank you for that. Oh. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Santa! Santa is back! I missed you! May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord!
Maybe this is the wrong voice, fuck.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that was blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks to no small part to the efforts of the bright young stars from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice was so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change. This might just be the man to do it.
Aww.
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I was still very racist. I couldn't overcome my hatred of Japanese.
Right, so I was right.
After the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I hope
Mr. Naruhodo. Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zieks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have been have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal, ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. I like that Van Zieks is always spooked when he's there. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruto. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people in the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from the truth, from what is just and true. Why? So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Oh, are you gonna cry? Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice systems have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Fantasies! Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxieties caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long. Prosecutor Baruch Van Zieks. In conclusion to these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baruch Van Zieks. Hot Milky! Yeah, he's accusing himself and he doesn't have to cry. Well, oh, that was so good. That was so good. Like, there was some... You've heard me gripe about some things, but overall, like, my emotions, I am fully pumped for it. I love it. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh, that was nice. I love that. Oh god, oh god. That wasn't me. It was 4 p.m. They started at 9. Jesus. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruto. I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you on my side through it all, Mrs. Sato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a splendid show, that Naruto. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well,
In that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Van Ziek smile. Right. We haven't gotten like a sprite of him smiling yet, and then right. Mrs. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have arisen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing the fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma,
Hi! Hi!
Mrs. Sato,
There's another face like thunder here. Ah, they get along quite well. Like apprentice, like mentor. Oh my! And he really was here.
Lord Van Zieks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
Are we completely ignoring what the fuck happened in that court today? Are we still calling you the Reaper?
Dang it. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
Oh, fuck it.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Oh, see! Wait, I suddenly became a seal there. Oh, I see. It's alright, I'm just sending myself the screenshots. I don't lose them. Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes.
Oh yeah, the second one he can't say.
The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. She may find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Who's this? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to prison as my farewell to Genshin. Wait. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about it. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you, something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. Oh, wait, is this Iris? Wait, that fits! Because Iris is like 10 years old! As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, and his dying wish. My goodness! I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something were to happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No! Not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the ground. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Is that Iris? Wait, they have the same bags! That is definitely Iris! And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically... See, they have the same bangs! My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I look around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old traveling trunk caught my eye, the Baskervilles. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on that side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Oh, the music! It's like a version of Sherlock's music. But Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. Oh yeah, did you never look for her, Baroque? The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? Oh! Ben Zeus is a dad? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confess everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself in worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Oh. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zix family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zix made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. Aww? I asked him if he would be a father to her. Oh! I was expecting something like, would you mind taking care of her until she can go to Japan herself or something? But no, literally father. Whew. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Aww. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. Oh? So it was her name that I gave that little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikatoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame! Ayame! And that's Iris! Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Oh, this is so... Iris. I had no idea. Oh no, who's there? Ouch! Mr. Narita, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket hard. Oh my god. He just gave him a squeeze. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Yeah. Sherlock is such a good dad. Like, I've seen like so many fan art of like Sherlock just being like a tired dad late in the morning trying to get baby Iris some milk, and also I saw like a fan art of Sherlock doing Iris's hair. That is like, oh my god, it is so. But I didn't know that was the backstory to it. Oh my god, Sherlock! Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Now, Susie! Oh, Iris! Well, that definitely made a chill go across the room. Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty the Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate! And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too! Oh my god! Well, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Will we be there to see it?
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
What? Ouch! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Oh, he's smiling again now. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. No! Come with me! Lord Van Zieks, would you care to... Oh! Now, I'm no historical expert, but I've read enough fanfics about the Victorian era to know that that means he's asking for a date. Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. They make a fine pair, I'm just saying. Like black clothes, white clothes, light hair, dark hair, gray skin, healthy skin. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zieks.
Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So, as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
No!
Oh, I see. Is this Kazuma? Don't be a fool. Oh my... Man, it's times like these where I wish like I have an eye tracker, because I am just literally looking at their boobs comparing. I mean, of course Van Zieks has the larger boobs, but like by mass ratio, it feels like Asogi has like the plumper ones. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym that's been cast on one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you finally have been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. But you've heard other words come from his lips? I won't say it, it's not safe for stream. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for... Oh, I thought it was like saying goodbye to like Van Zieks. Like, where are you gonna go? No, goodbye for now. Yunosuke Naruhodo. Wait, aren't you going to ask him where he's going? Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. Well, no, he's super petty. Van Zieks is a D cup and Asogi is a perky B cup. I feel like he's a C cup because of the perkiness. It's just like the waist circumference around him. Or no, not waist, rib. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. Okay, I feel like this is a good stopping point. Because, oh shit, no.
We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. I'm not going to stop the stream. I'm not going to stop the stream. I just really, really need to pee. I've been holding off since like the last quarter of the trial. I need to pee. So BRB. Don't worry. I'll be like in 2 minutes. Don't worry. I'll be back. God, that was such a long pee. You ever had like that pee that feels like it's going on for like 15 seconds at most, just a steady stream? We back. We must. I had like one line of dialogue there. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. What do you mean? Yay, we still have a turkey and a pheasant. I'm home! Tadaima! Oh! Bob Tommy got here! I've been waiting ages, Otto! Why are you doing that? Colorful pieces of history. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl in Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. But I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. Is this Sherlock? You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Oh, it really is. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail down, Mikatoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tales of his adventures. A sight to behold! And I get to take a sippy. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose that fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe it? Inside the trunk, I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikatoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. Was that the case you guys solved together? I wonder why he's sad. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, shows. What? You were? Then why didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikatoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Mrs. Sato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please, do come and take a seat. Time to fill my boots. Oh. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup. I'm losing my copper clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really going to leave the police force? But why, Gina?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so.
Oh,
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Ripper ain't ever gonna accept a diver turned dick. Hey? I'm just saying there could have probably been better words to translate her slang.
well, people can change, you know?
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Hey! It's Inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gonna be me! There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was.
Oh, yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Ooh, about that. Oh. Alright, Dad, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. Oh, no. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget about that promise, Ginny.
Oh no, did you overhear? Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might well be something, it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Reno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris. Oh, Sherlock, stop. I know you want to cry deep inside. Aww.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you.
Daddy! I'm gonna cry! I think, Mikatoba. Yes, Jones? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. Oh no! I'm gonna cry! And I should never have experienced it. But not for you. You old softy shows. Oh. But I must confess, it's a way off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think it calls for a lengthy violin recital. What did you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Harley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Oh, man, I really have tears. I actually have tears in my eyes. I'm not even lying. Oh, that's so sweet. Shit. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking revelations, returning in the evening to the seat of rules, there's always a warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. What do you mean? Time to be displaced for a while? No! I don't want to go back to Japan! Asogi is here! And Sholmes! Naruhodo? I think this is Gatoba? Yeah, I was right. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Sasato's room. Yes, Sasato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Where? Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. What? Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh, with Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Manzieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what we agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Manziek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect its secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumble across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Manzieks. And, to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across the manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris' Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was troubled about what would be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it for my partly notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow that story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So, you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she's become. However, Having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from your expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be. No! I don't wanna! I will return you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. Oh. I spent the best part of my year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my beliefs in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution there. I have. Just try not to get disbarred like your descendants. Very well then, I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. I don't want to go back to Japan.
Oh shit! Hi! Susato-san!
I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So, you made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you've decided. It's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Oh. Oh, this is such a good song. It's such a lullaby. Susato-san. Oh, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. He'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she is always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more thing. You really were quite splendid in court today. So, if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Oh, I don't want to go back to Japan, no. 7th of November, so it's been like 3 days? Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. No! You're really leaving then, Bruno. I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. It's like 1900 steamships. Like, that's like half a year already just in sail. Just to visit Britain. Why? And FaceTime doesn't exist! Well, it was very brief reunion, but... Oh, they don't have like ding-ding-ding sound. It was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection. Oh, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. Oh, even shows. He's like chalked up for words too.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris. You do that. Oh.
佐藤さん。
Oh, wait. Resecting.
お荷物はすべて船室に運び込みました。旅立ちにふさわしい素晴らしい朝でございますね。
佐藤さん、今まで本当にお世話になりました。麻生木によろしく伝えてくれますか。
それはご自分の口からお伝えする方が良いかと存じます。
Is he here?
なるほど。
麻生木、どうして。
Oh god, his laugh. Wait. I need to save this. I'm sorry, I need to save this moment. So I can go back to it whenever I'm sad.
親友の旅立ちだ。見送らぬわけがないだろう。
ありがとう。女王陛下の国でお前と大暴れするのを楽しみにしていたけど。
Wait, do that then.
うん。どうやらそいつはまたの機会だな。貴様と再び法廷で向き合う日を楽しみにしている。
あ、でも弁護士同士じゃ 向き合うのは無理じゃないかな。
Does he look like a defense lawyer to you, Rionosuke? He's clearly in the prosecution now.
俺は検事になる。しばらくはバンジークス教の下で勉強する。そして
Well, well then. I wonder why. The teaching must be good.
いずれは死神に被験する検事になってやるさ。
そうか。
なるほど。一つ頼みがあるのだが。
なんだ？
Name it.
今しばらくこいつを持っていてくれないか。
Why?
カルマ、どうして？
俺は見てしまった。あの日俺の中に住む魔物の姿を。
Oh.
あの刑事と対峙した最後の時、瞬きにも満たぬほんの刹那。俺はあの刑事に対して確かに殺意を抱いていた。人の心に救う魔物、そいつは俺の中にもいたのだ。俺はその事実を永遠にこの胸に刻む。そしてその魔物に見入られた者たちとこれから対峙していくつもりだ。検事として。
それがお前の覚悟ということか。
俺が自らの中に住む魔物を切り伏せるその日まで。これは貴様に託す。受け取ってくれ。
ああ、分かった。確かに預かっておく。
Yeah, they have. Okay. Later,
それでは
later,
その日まで
later.
僕は僕の道を行くよ。
なるほど様。
Hey, wait, she said Sama. Why did you have to change it to San?
これからなるほど様が進まれてゆくその道、私がお供してはお邪魔でございましょうか。
それは僕だって一緒に来てほしいです。でも佐藤さんは
思った通りだな。
I hate you, Kazuma. Shut up.
あ、葬儀。
本当に変わらない。お前らしいことだな。なるほど。
Yeah, that's what you like about me, bitch. Wait 1 second. Let's go. I'm crying.
思った通りってまさか知ってたのか。
あの日バンジークス教の裁判が終わった夕刻、
Is that why Susato
彼女は
left?
一人で検事局を訪ねてきたのだ。
御言葉教授と話したあの日。
なるほどと共に日本へ。
はい、勝手なことを言って申し訳ございません。
それを言うためにわざわざ。義理がたいことだな。それであいつはなんと。
あの方は何もおっしゃりません。もしかしたらご迷惑なのかも。
あいつも義理がたい男だ。言えるはずがないだろう。あいつのそばにいてやってほしい。これは俺からの頼みだ。
佐藤さん。
いかがでしょうか、なるほど様。
佐藤さんが隣にいればどんな法廷でも怖くありません。これからも僕と一緒に戦ってくれますか？
ふつつか者ではございますが、よろしくお願いいたします。
Sato, please, you're the only one who carries the cases.
僕の方こそふつつかっぷりでは負けませんよ。
どうかされましたか？
でも佐藤さんの荷物はもう出航の時間です。
あ、それならば心配ございません。
Leo.
スサタの荷物はすでに船に積み込んでございますので。
さすが優秀なホーム女子だな。
Shut up, Kazuo. Oh.
なるほどくんそろそろ出航の時間なの。
それでは行くがいい。達者でな。なるほど。
I don't wanna leave, no.
アソギ、剣を抜け。
Oh wow, it is sunrise. Yes.
いつか僕たちの道が再び交差するとき、お前と琴の葉の刃を交わすことになるだろう。その時を待っている。弁護士として。
その言葉を聞きたかった。相棒。
Yes.
それではまた会おう、アソギ。
必ずな。なるほど。
There's no heterosexual explanation for what just happened.
ホームズさん、本当にお世話になりました。
Oh my god. Sherlock Holmes voice acting. We haven't heard it at all.
ああ、本当にね。お世話をしたものだよ、君。
このご恩は一生忘れません。
忘れられてたまるか。ぜひ思い出してほしいものだな。今度僕が君たちの国にお邪魔した時にね。
Yay! Yay! He's going to visit Japan.
実はこいつは意外に知られていない事実なのだが、この地球はね、思ったよりも狭いのだよ。
いつかぜひ日本に来てください。
その時はもう全力で歓迎いたしますとも。
それなら私も行くの。
Kind of sounds like Oz.
そうと決まったらしばしのお別れだね、諸君。
Oh, Shokun. That's what he uses when he says, "My dear fellows."
これで僕の物語はおしまいだ。不思議な運命で地球の裏側まで旅をした僕は、一生をかけて旅を続ける僕だけの道を見つけた。この長い旅のどこかできっとまた彼らに出会う日が来る。その時僕は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
Objection.
さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
The game is afoot.
東より訪れた友を乗せた船が水平線の向こうへ遠ざかってゆく。
だがホームズの顔は明るかった。時代が流れても友情は変わらないよ、ワトソン。彼らに会いたくなったらそっと目を閉じればいいのさ。
私はそっと目を閉じる。その時私は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
異議あり。
Objection! There we go!
また会おうね、なるほどくん。
Oh man! The end! That's the end! Shirotagumi, good on you. Good on you. Wait, do we not have like this back? Oh, okay, do. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and one of the promised clothes got secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sergeant in distant lands. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. So they're really just going to Japan immediately after us.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." Oh, but it made Hurley cry. Oh, but I gave him some lotion and it wetted as well to dye his hair red safely. And he said it might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Oh my god, you did an amazing job, Yusama Kitagawa. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. He doesn't have his courtroom things anymore. Once, unable to bear the burden of the grim synonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. Oh, that's his! But the darkness which once beset me is no more, as you too are. In words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future. Oh, give it to you. Oh, is that why he went like on a 5-year hiatus? He was literally like depressed about it. Ah, the doggy! The boss stuff enough for me, you know. And I can't read every letter now. A to Z. And the whole lot. I cleared a lot of stuff up. My boss was trying to protect me, see. And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are going to keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Oh, Gina! Oh, the music is changing. Gina, the truth is, I'm not that upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I may need to prove to myself. I've got one more job to take off before it's a ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of Detective a la Gregson, as they say. Oh, look at his face! No! I'm emotionally unstable. Why are you here?
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry to the Office of Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Objection! A blatant statement overruled the Minister of the General Britain. Anyway,
Who is this Scottish counsel in the defense? The woman is forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh, really? My friend Susata is the British courtroom at all times and is doing a wonderful job.
oh no! What happened to you? Perhaps I should have engaged a service of a regular legal team.
Oh, it's them! Mama, is it true that about Japanese people that they are experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet.
Am I? Oh my god! No. No! And I'm glad. Oh!
Oh, this is so cute. Oh, fuck you. Here I am again in Great Britain in an invitation to my dear old university friend. Oh! He sent me a very nice letter asking me he'd like to show me around and everything was settled. Oh! What have I done? I was so excited I picked a splendid hotel, and now I can't afford a bill. I'm broke. Come to my rescue again, please. I wish you just vanish into thin air sometimes. Oh no, you're gonna make Baruch fit the bill for the hotel. Oh. Oh shit, it's French. When I opened to make the first impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized it had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court of the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had such a bargain, you see? For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tespels would not do. Wait, do you have like a waxwork of Stronghorn? Oh no! Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits and passerbys, you know.
Hey, everyone's calling me a pepino and I sell us the spaghetti and a red thing in a man. Friggin' catch that.
Everyone they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike the Twitch together.
Good for them! I want this to happen. Good for them!
But also, aren't you like in for capital punishment? Because you were impersonating an inspector? Or I guess it lessened your thingy now because you were When I was accepted in a foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it may have ended, I knew what I wanted. You there to see it! Oh fucking god! And I'd end up with the dog, and no one would have rather had offended me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care.
Man showed up and I felt like I just got shot. Kazuma, my boyfriend and my best friend.
Oh wow!
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. I can't take a sip right now, because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney! Some might say that's the title of the game!
Oh! Does he have the book? Oh!
Oh, the title was his other eye!
Oh, Kazuma, Jesus Christ, you. Oh, this is so cute! Oh. Well? Oh!
Oh, they look so tiny.
Aww! Oh, this is... Oh!
Ah! Ryotaro! Hello!
Oh my god, hi! Okay, so this is just the ending credits. We're good now. Jesus Christ, I'll let you. Look at the kitties! Okay, so I knew it was coming. Yeah, I was like, somehow they did a really good job. And like, ever since he became a prosecutor, they didn't play any of his themes for a good while, like Samurai with a Mission and Nocturne. So that really just came out of nowhere. So like, you know how in the first game they abused those two songs? In the second game, they like literally used it sparingly. So in the end, it like really caught me off guard. This is what you meant, Darth. And thank you so much, guys. Actually, I have a bit of a confession to make. I am not ending my Ace Attorney series here right now. Oh my god, Shakespeare. Shakespeare! I, tomorrow, am going to play the DLC cases that were exclusive to Japan. Oh my god. Go, Sasaki, go! Oh, they have the kitty. Yeah, we are still going to consume more Ace Attorney tomorrow at the same time, same place. Because we still have DLC to take up. Oh no, the balloon. Oh. Thank you guys so much. I still feel like, it still feels unreal. Jesus. Oh, Baroque! That's 6! It still feels unreal. I feel like I've spent so many hours with it and then like spent some of, oh my god, spent a lot of hours with you guys that I can't believe it's over. Whenever we're doing cases, it feels like it just can go on for anything. Second verse, same as the first. It really doesn't feel like the end yet. But oh, it's really hard to do. I feel like if I was to be given a choice, I say yeah. Oh, hell? Sherlock, what the hell? Why did it just bounce? Oh, Brexton. Go, you funky old man, go! Go! Shit, Jigokar, you're gonna dance too. Oh, it looks like he's gonna dance. Ah, shit, it's him. Oh, shut up. No one wants you here. Oh, I haven't seen Kazuma. Wait. Oh, there he is. Ah! Ah, the gayest shit known to man. Gay shit. That's the journey and for them. That was so good. I got really attached to this game, I won't lie. I can't believe there's just gonna be a day when I can't stream more Ace Attorney or the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Aw, there they are together, back in Japan. Aww. Finn, and the definitive end. Wah. Really? Is that really the end? Truly the end. What? Jesus, Kazuma has an ass. Oh. Whenever I see Kazuma unexpectedly, I just feel like I get shot. Oh, that's the end, guys! That's the end! Oh. Just leave it here. Let's have that music in the background. So what else can I say? I can't. Well, actually, there's something I haven't shown you guys. Wait, why is it locked? Okay, let's have this in the background as I talk. So yeah, I really like it. Like you wouldn't expect. Of course, I had like niggles or like stuff that bothered me. Like just this case, right? I was bothered. Why did they shoot Asogi, like Genshin, the dad, instead of Drebber, when you basically bought Asogi's silence at that point, but Drebber, I don't know, it's not like you know him. And I'm not going to like say he isn't like morally corrupt. That's a very handsome man. He isn't morally corrupt enough to do that. Like he's pretty much just killed a bunch of people just to get what he wants. Wait, let's have them both here. Where's the thing? Wait, shit, that's. I think I just. Oh no, I think I just minimized the game. Oh no, I minimized Bebe. Let's have them both here. There we go. To the point that even I'm getting covered. But I guess yeah, in the end of it all, in the grand scheme of things, I left that case feeling empowered, hype. My adrenaline was just pumping, so I can't like fault it too much for that. Oops, sorry, I had a burp. And it was kind of interesting. They left a bit of intrigue in the end, huh? Like you would think because of that they were like hyping up for like some sort of sequel or some other resolution, because considering it was the 5th case, they were like wrapping everything up. But then they kind of left the thing about Iris behind, or at least Iris is the only one who doesn't know about it. And oh man, what I wouldn't have given for like Baroque and I just call him Baroque now just because first name, Van Zieks and Van Zieks and Iris to like interact. But also, can you imagine Van Zieks being all awkward about around a little girl that is his niece, and like the last remnant of his brother. Oh man, I can't get a good cropping on them because of white space. Oh well, that's good enough. And there was also the fact that sorry, my nose. I would feel like it was less dramatic than the first finale case of the first game, because like that one was really explosive, like you were really clawing at it. But at the end of the last case, it feels like it was just like it's all come to this. Like it's like a final silent resolution, but like a powerful one at that. So that's why I wasn't making that many jokes at the end, because it was just really wonderful focusing on the moment. I won't lie, you can make a lot of Fan 60 party. yeah, who knows? And like as a whole, I loved it. Like the whole thing about the drama, it's just everything really. It's just the drama, the content, the intrigue, and also the puzzles were getting really harder by the end of there. Like I would say at one point I was distracted because of the bebe of baby Van Zieks. No, I won't put it that, but there were like some points where I was genuinely stuck, and at some point I felt like it made no sense, like puzzle wise. Like the thing again with the Drebber thing and the Asogi thing, fuck Strongheart. Is that like I think there was a Drebber thing where like I didn't notice that the blood was like dripping down when the victim was like laying on his back. That was, I think, was very clever. That was something I definitely wouldn't have noticed. So it does like offer some difficult puzzles. It's not like completely a brain dead game. But also I like really theorizing before the whole thing even starts. Sorry, my nose. But yeah, I really love that. Like, I feel like this as its own like bubble into the Ace Attorney canon. I feel like this is enough. I feel like they did what they can do with it. That last case was very much tying everything together. And mind you, this was supposed to be like 2 games, but on localization, they released this as a bundle because they know that it's a complete and tied-in story. Stuff that would tie, like, the stuff from the last case was all tying in to stuff from the first game. So I feel like it's a complete series, and I don't think they can expand on it like how they did with the Phoenix Wright games. Like, there was a case 1, 2, and 3, which just kind of, it's just more games. That's it. But I feel like for this, but I'm not holding out hope because it's Capcom and they don't mind milking a series, that this is a good and nice ribbon-tied ending. But I say that as if like I'm talking about that like in finality, that this is a done and done game. But I do not want to let it go. We are doing some we are going to do some DLC cases tomorrow, and you are asking how can I do the DLC cases when they've only been released in Japan and they haven't been done in and they haven't what do you call it? They haven't localized the game. Well, I will just tell you all my brilliant plan tomorrow when it happens. Oh, they stitched it. Oh yeah, you haven't played an Ace Attorney game before, Darth. I would have thought you had. I didn't think anyone who doesn't know or already like the Ace Attorney games would watch me, aside from my friends. I was thinking of doing these maybe as well, like the auditorium. Ooh, voices. Okay, let's someone we haven't heard at all.
それでは皆さん、始めるとしましょうか。シャーロック・ホームズの論理と推理の実験劇場を。
Weird. There's like stuff here. Credits? Wait, you can just go to the credits? You can just watch the credits? Yes, close it please, not now. We just went through an emotional one. The first time watching a film. Oh, thank you so much. I hope I did the game justice. I hope you liked how I did it. Alright, these were like moving pictures. I was thinking of doing these. This was actually pretty funny. But I don't know if I can like. They don't have a pause button, or they do, but it does this. And like, I think this is already voiced. Yeah, it's already voiced. So I don't think I can do that and like commentate on it. Oh, we also have these speakers. I haven't seen this actually, because some of them are like spoilers. Zoom in. Guys, look at that. Look at the visible bump on his ass. Hey, Gavin, so this is definitely something I should not look into. But I was still playing the game. See, there it is! There he is! There's the baby! Asogi. Top right is Pong. I know, right? Oh! Oh wait, this is so cute! Oh my god, young Sherlock! And look at it! Oh, look at the baby Iris! She's so cute! Okay, and this is Ryotaro and Rei Jigoku, the trunk. Jigoku Kasanaga, for fuck's sakes. Aoichi Natsume. Mini Memo. What is this face? This is a face! I wish there was an animation for his face. He looks like he's like in ecstasy. Oh, and Gina, very cute. Very Toby! Jimmy Jimmy! Hairbrain. Audie Asman, Drebber. Ooh, Madame Tussballs. Oh, Jesus. Dr. Seath and Mariah. A boy. It's a me! Oh! Poor man. Sir. Sir, what happened to you? He's just going through it. Seaman Stroganoff, Armstrong. Ooh. It looks like he aged. That's ridiculous. I know, right? If only he had his eyes open. Look at this! Would proudly display this on my desk if I had it. Look at him, he's pouting! And look at that fucking smirk. Look at were they like designed to be made together? So that they're like looking at each other, and like Kazuma just has this like smirk. Look at these! Chinosuke! Nyamen! Look at the kitty! Look at the kitty! Usato? That's very cute. Oh, look at the tiny babies! I think that was the last. Oh, there's more. Ooh! Oh, wow! Oh, Gina, I just noticed this. Damn, then... Just... Oh, and there's like Clint, Genshin, and... Oh, I didn't notice that when I was looking at the box cover. But this is amazing. Like, the colors on these are wow. Key visuals. Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ. Asogi. Try to reel in the heterosexuality. Come on, dude. Oh, and we're back to the beginning. These are just a concept. I was also thinking, oh god, that beta Sholmes, Jesus. I was also thinking, didn't like Sherlock Holmes have a brother? Oh man, imagine though if they had like Mycroft. Like, I'm not saying they should add it just because he does have a brother. Like, I think this is like a rare case where the game is just right. It doesn't have too much frills. Oh shit, I closed. Jesus. It doesn't have too much frills, and it has what it needs. It's not lacking and it's not overbloated. It's just right, and you got the perfect symmetry for that, or like the perfect balance. So like, as much as cool as it would be to like see Sherlock's brother, what was his name? Mycroft? Mycroft? I forgot. I should know this. I watched Marachi the Patriot. It was cool if it, but if it didn't like add anything to the story, it was well. It's kind of like I was thinking, like, you know it how they focus so much on the Baskervilles, the Hound of the Baskervilles, but in the end we didn't really get anything much about the Baskervilles. Like, you'd think that like with how much they were showing it off, they would show like the family history of all things and like make mention of the entire case or like the story of the case. But no, they really just gave the bare minimum, which is like the dog and the wife, and that's it. That's the end of the Baskerville story with that. Wait, actually, should I? Oh, I closed my goal. Oopsies. Never mind. It's there. Man, it's really, I don't know. I can't explain it. It's like when you know when you eat a piece of media. It's like, oh, that's a cool character. They represent this. But with
doing the visual novel genre to its justice, they really just gave you a whole lot. So it's like when my friends were talking about, like, we barely know Kazuma. He wasn't here for like the majority of the game, and even in like as we found out from his one of the escapades, Kazuma and Ryu haven't known each other that long. They've known each other for like 1.5 years, maybe 2 years by the end of the game. But when you lose him, and whenever you like see him in a flashback as Ryunosuke's what do you call it? Inspiration and resolution to do what he must. It feels like you really did lose a long lost friend, like someone you've known from a long time. Excuse me, my nose. And like Ryunosuke is just like a bundle of joy, bundle of anxiety and joy. But the joy isn't coming from him. It's coming from watching him bumble around with his anxiety. And like even in the 11th hour with like Sherlock, and they weren't very like forward about it, to be honest. They were just you kind of know what Sherlock has been doing in the foreground, but they weren't bashing you over the head like, yes, he did this, he sacrificed like half of his life just to do this, and he's been protecting everyone from this. Yeah, the bond was deep. And then another thing I kind of wish would have happened, but it was more on fantasy. What the story gave was sufficient enough, and it was happy enough. Is that I wish we met Van Zieks outside of the court more often. But to be honest, his office like just gave him like 10 times more personality when we were poking around in his office and we were just making jokes right at his earshot, and he had to like rebuke them. Yes, he is fighting people 10 years younger and 20 years his younger, his junior. And that just kind of adds to it. And like when he was being cheeky about like the pointing thing. Yeah, it kind of feels like you really know these characters, and it's kind of sad that it ends. It's kind of sad that this is where technically their main story ends. But again, I'm not asking for more. It ended where it needed to be. It ended on a good note. And with that said, I should probably end this stream in a good note. I've already rattled on enough. In the end, like I was expecting, because there were some grievances that I would have like a lot to complain about in this ending part. But just like, as a whole, my experience with it was wrapped up nicely, and it left me with like a good taste in my mouth. So that's what I'm taking on. So it's kind of like I can even forget the issues I had or other stuff about that, because it was just really nicely tied up and finished. They polished it to perfection. I will say I do plan to play the other Ace Attorney games, but not anytime soon. Please, I am tired. I'm gonna look for another game to play and stream. We'll have to see what that is, because my PC doesn't have the highest specs to play everything. Thank you so much, Darth. That means a lot. And so, I will end this adventurous stream now. And we will see each other, if anyone would like to come by, tomorrow at the same time of my usual streams. We will be doing the Japanese-only DLC cases for the game. So, I hope everyone has a great day ahead of them, or great day ahead tomorrow, depending on what time you are in. And I bid everyone goodbye for today. See ya! Oh, it's okay, Final. You must do what you have to do. See ya, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see y'all tomorrow if you want to drop by. See ya! Bye-bye.